Good morning. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. Hanging out with your girl down to Crypto TA. I don't usually stream on Wednesday, but we got a little data coming out this morning. So I'm just going to do a little something here in the market with you guys. Hope you're having a fantastic start of your day. If you're somewhere within my time zone, it's 5 a.m. where I'm at. 5 a.m. And all right, Bitcoin. We we did fall off the radar a little bit yesterday. Just a little bit, enough to spook people, and all the videos come out, and they said it's over. It's over once again. But I think we're doing just fine. So I'm gonna walk through a couple of coins. We're gonna talk about Bollinger Bands, and yeah, it's gonna be a great day. It's gonna be a great day. Hopefully, we won't have any harsh volatility in the market. Okay, so you can see Bitcoin is back up here around our resistance level right in here, where we have our beautiful little white line here. You wiggle her back and forward so you can see. So we're back here. And so far, to be honest with you, okay to me. The 4-hour chart looks even better. Like, it seems okay to me. It seems at least like we're going to do this 115. We're going to do this 115. Bare minimum. I'm holding my Bitcoin. I have my stop loss in place. I have no control over if it fails or whatever happens. It's all about your risk management. I'm looking up. I don't care. I'm holding. I want to get to this 115. And if the Most High willing, we'll come up here. But right now, it looks like we can at least do 115. I take a look down here. This is what I've been watching. I don't care about the trend line that it broke, this, that, and the third. I look down here on my daily time frame. I look at my oscillator. We're still holding. We didn't even touch it yesterday, even with the pullback. Like, we were off from even touching it yesterday. So the break didn't bother me. It didn't scare me at all. We're back above the 20 SMA. I'm okay with this. I think Bitcoin's daily chart is going to give us that push up. We can fall afterwards, do whatever we want to do, come all the way down here around the 90-something $1,000 range. We can do that. But right now, I'm looking for that pump. We do still have this squeeze in here on the RSI. It's still postured up. You can connect the trend line across your RSI. You can do the same thing I did down here with this Bollinger. You can put that on your RSI and you can watch for that. I think we're going to get that push up. There's no way, in my opinion, you keep knocking on something and you don't break it. You chopping wood right here. It's going to split. The same thing was with that trend line that we had that was going across the top. Going the ascending trend line here across the bottom here. It took liquidity from that. It freaked everybody out. We broke the trend line. I don't care. It's not about a head and shoulder for me. I don't even have the formation drawn out in here. I know that I can likely validate it through volume, but it's not about that for me. I see some wonderful things here in the market. I see some wonderful things over here on this daily time frame that suggest that we can get that push up. And like I said, at least up here to 115. And how did I figure that out? I just dropped this to a line chart. That was it. And I did measure out the head and shoulders. I did, to a line bias, and set my target for that. And it seems to line up with some other stuff too that I'm looking at. I'm gonna drop down to the 4-hour time frame. I'm gonna show you something that I'm admiring about the 4-hour time frame right now. All right, so here we are over on the 4-hour time frame. I haven't turned this indicator on too much here lately. I just don't here these days. You can see we tap back into our resistance here at the green box in here, just tapping back into our resistance. We're gonna, like I said, we chopping wood in here, baby. We chopping wood in here. F that trend line that was across. It's not even here now. It's gone, at least on this time frame. I'll hide my little drawings in here for a minute. So my QTD, When I see this, price action, playing around with it, and it starts to fall like this, that's positive. That's a positive sign. That's a positive sign of a shift happening where price action is looking to get a push up. That's positive. I'm gonna tell you something. Several weeks back, when everybody was trashing on Tesla, I looked at the daily chart for Tesla. I identified this happening in the daily, and every day I came on stream when I talk stocks. Every day I said, I don't know what everybody else is seeing, but Tesla's daily chart looks good. Go back through my videos. Every day I popped on, I said, Tesla chart looks good. I said, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it because I got my money elsewhere. But Tesla chart looks good. And what does Tesla look like right now? Good. So it doesn't have to last, but this is generally a positive sign, especially when you've been riding below it. So I decided to put on the Ikemochu. Have you? Yeah, don't make fun of me. I'm Southern. Got time to be trying to pronounce that word. You know that, Cloud. So I put that on and compared it to my indicator. I'm gonna hide my indicator now. Let's see what's different with the Ikimoku. This cloud. What's different with this cloud? What's different with it? Price is above it. Price had been where? Underneath it. Is it green? Yes, it is. Price above it? Yes, it is. Run it. I look back at mine. So you see where mine is. We were below it. Yes, we were. Are we back above it at the moment? Yes, we are. Is it dropping? Yes, it is. It drops when there's a pop. I call it Jack and the Beanstalk. That's what I call it, a Jack and the Beanstalk. So eventually I want to see this scale, which is currently pivoted to the downside. It doesn't matter when it's rolling over like this too much until this white line pops up. So I want to see it sprout from the ground, which is why I call it a Jack and the Beanstalk. I want to see it sprout from the ground up. So the seed is being planted right now. And then I want to see this white line turn up to indicate that the selling pressure to the downside is over. And then this pushes out and we look. This is going to come up and do something like that. That's what I want to see. Right now, the momentum isn't there. Even though we're getting the drop down, the momentum isn't there. But at some point, it's going to flatten out. And this white line is going to flip up. And that's going to be your indication that we're ready. So let me look down here at the RSI. It's very similar. It's actually modeled behind the RSI. But it gives you a different perspective from the RSI because it's tailored to price action itself. It's not in a separate pane. It's tailored to price action itself. So it picks up different values than, say, the RSI. Now, sometimes they'll run neck and neck. They'll look exactly the same. But you can see the difference right now. But nonetheless, we are above it. And then we will start to deviate away from it. And we'll, like I said, this white line is going to pop up. And then that's going to be our momentum shift as we're getting this drop in here on Bitcoin. So for me, it looks good. If you're somebody who uses the Ikimoku, I'm tired of trying to say it. If you're somebody who uses that, I can't say it. If you're somebody that uses it, then you know how it operates. And price is above it and the cloud is green. So we're just gonna watch that. Now, if I push out, let me go. Let me see if I want to. Let me go back. Let me time frame in here. All right. So this was that trend line right here. This was that trend line right here. I even deviated it a little bit. So yeah, we broke that trend line. We're back up above it now. This was the zone yesterday. I'm gonna go ahead and delete it now because I don't care about that line. This was the zone where the most critical zone in here. So we had our first one up here yesterday, where I wanted to see price action hold. We started to bing bong around on it. On the 1 hour time frame is sought in just a little bit lower. That support level did, but I drew it off of this wick, and we finally lost that. And then this was the zone we needed to hold. We came in at first, we started to hold it a little bit, then we broke it, and then we got a nice little reaction in here, and then that was it. We lost it. We came back. We back tested that zone, which would have been our support. It acted as resistance there, and now we finally pushed back up above it. And we'll see. Maybe this time it comes back and it holds it as support. But I did tell you, forget this one, because this one was simply for this day over here when we got that drop in and we had the bullish divergence to back it in here. It was simply for that day. It was no longer valid in that from that point forward. We even broke through the weekly. Of course, if this box isn't holding, I wouldn't expect for the weekly to hold, right? Because it's lower than the weekly range. And that there was a potential that because we did not sweep this high here yesterday from our range, because we know we're range bound. We're range bound. And so you just plan the range at this point between here, that resistance zone, and this support level in here. And then you have the actual zone in here from your mother bar. Your mother bar. This is from the 1 hour right here, but the mother bar is from a higher time frame. So yeah, we have our mother bar in here, and we're ranging within that mother bar, which means we're waiting for an explosive move to take place. Where does price keep going? It keeps going towards the top. It keeps trying to hammer through the highs. That's it. It keeps trying to hammer through the highs. So the structure is showing us that, we're putting in higher lows. That's what the structure is. That we're putting in higher lows. That's why we have the ascending trend line that we just so happen to break or take liquidity from. So, I'm going to go ahead and delete this now because we've done that. I'm going to leave this box in here just in case price comes back. See how we put in these momentums in here around this zone? So price can come back. We want to see if we hold this. You also have these highs in here, this neckline in here. See if we can sustain it. So I'm just going to stretch this out on us a little bit right here and see if we can, if it would be a valid support level this time where it didn't work over here. Indicators. I don't like that. I don't like when we have a gap in here, because as soon as this turns down, you're going to see a big red candle. As soon as it flips below this yellow, you're likely to see one of these. So I don't like that. We're turning down over here on the DTI as well. And I can see that we're probably in standard deviation, between standard deviation 1 and 2 right now on this 1 hour time frame as well. So nothing spectacular. I'm still going to hold though. I'm going to hold at least until it hits my stop. It hits my stop, then I'll reevaluate things and see where I want to get in at. Re-enter at a better price target. Golden pocket 786. That is what we tapped. And you can see the buying pressure or bears. Bulls. Sorry, we're green. Bulls got a little bit exhausted in here trying to push price up into resistance again. Plus, we were, yeah, massive squeeze in here with the dark red in here. So massive squeeze. I think we've pretty much been going sideways in here on the on the Bollinger. So just sideways through here, still above the 20 SMA at the moment. Start to lose the 20 SMA, then be looking for a continuation back down in standard deviation 1 and 2 here. So like I said, we'll be looking for price action to hold within this zone in here, at least this momentum line. But you saw the stats from here. You saw the stats here. So that's 111,877 to 111,624. Okay. So hopefully we can do that. So now you know that we hit the golden pocket 786 in here. High to low, pull, high to low in here. We can draw a new fib in here now because we didn't take out we didn't take out the why am I having a brain fart? I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now, but I'm so having a brain fart right now. We didn't take out liquidity from these points in here. Let me just put it like that. All right, I'm gonna delete this now, and we can just look for that red zone in there, order block. And see, that lines up with what I'm saying to you already. Data from yesterday lining up with data from today. That's how it be. So golden pocket 786 back here to the downside. We want to at least see us holding that. Now on the I'm gonna show you on the weekly. Probably gonna hide all of that. And let me hide Lux Algo for now. So that's Lux Algo Smart Money Concepts, and it's a free indicator. Lux Algo Smart Money Concept. It makes my life easier sometimes, especially on the lower time frame. I don't really use it on the higher time frames. I do my own stuff, but on the 15-minute or something like that, it's very helpful, especially when you're looking for like scalp trades or just some quick intraday trades or something like that. So that's why I use it there. Let's jump onto the Bollinger Band, and I'm gonna push us out. I'll put us on the weekly. So we can see what's really happening over here right now. So we're just protecting the 20 SMA on the weekly time frame. That's what we're doing. We're protecting the 20 SMA on the weekly time frame. But we looked at this here. At least the past few days here, we've looked at this where you see this red at in here, because there is a squeeze on the weekly time frame that's counterintuitive to what we have on the daily time frame, which would no longer be relevant once we actually clear the 20 SMA. So as long as these are still red, we're still good. Is when it stops being red and it starts being just a neutral gray with the red lines behind it. But when it starts to be a gray color, that's when we know we've lost it now. We're breaking down. And it's not based on this Bollinger indicator itself. It's based on the other Bollinger indicator. It's based on this one. So that's why even when we break it, the color doesn't actually shift. So just like over here, like it's clear here that we've lost this now. So, but we're good until that happens over here. So that's why I'm leaning in on the daily time frame. that we will get that push back in first. And see, this 116 is standard deviation 1. That's not far off on that 115. So I do believe 115 is a great target for Bitcoin price action. We don't necessarily have to do the 117 or 118 or 120. We don't necessarily have to do that. But 115 is doable. It's doable. And we're protecting the 20 SMA at the moment here on our weekly time frame. So we're okay. And we're far from the 20 SMA right now. The 20 SMA right now is sitting at $110,000. We're far off on that right now. So that's not bad. And I think I covered this too when I talked about the potential for us to come back into the $90,000 range, somewhere within there, and you get a small bit of an expansion because you'd be coming back into your standard deviation 2. You'd be coming back into your 20 SMA, which has been the catalyst for the weekly time frame. And you also have a weekly level down through here. Weekly level sits right there at that standard deviation 2. You also have the golden pocket, and you also have the 786. So that's why my next setup will take place from in here, unless this changes in here. If this changes, then okay, I'll look for something different. But that's why I'm looking down in here. You also have the CME gap that's down through here. So you just have a lot of reasons to not get interested in longing again if this doesn't work, because anything can send it down. You just, it's about your risk management at this point. But this is the next place I'd be looking to get long. So that's that here for Bitcoin here. I'm still believing that we're gonna go up, at least, like I said, to that 115. Let me push this out here. I'm just doing a walkthrough. All right, so that's pretty clear. Okay, so we're whipsawing it there on the 6, on the 5. That's what we're tapping out to. I mean, it's a lot of confluence to the resistance that we have in here. You know, the SMA, again, the SMA, I said this repeatedly, SMA, EMAs, VWAP, whatever moving average you can use. And people trash on moving averages, but I'm gonna tell you, they work. They work very, very well. People don't know how to use them, don't know how to utilize them, so they don't know. But they're very good. Very, very, very good. You'd be surprised the stuff that I do with moving averages. Half of the data you get coming from, actually 90% of the data you get is coming from moving average. That's what indicators are. Name an indicator that's not using one. And people say, I don't use those. Oh, you trade price action only if you want to. Anyway, holding standard deviation 1. So you can use your 4-day. That's a good time frame to use your 4-day. It seems to be very relevant to price action. It's holding this ascending trend line. So I actually like that. I actually like this 4-day. So standard deviation 1, 4-day. I'm gonna keep liking the 4-day. I don't like 3-day. I don't like 3-day because I don't like being in the bearish control zone. So 3-day suggests we're in the bearish control zone anyway. Overkill. We have this momentum line through here, which does line up with where we're seeing the resistance come from. Let me just look down here and see what's happening. Look at that. I like, well, this is going to happen anyway because it just is. It just is. You know, the cloud is going to, not cloud. I mean, the Bollinger is going to reset and it's going to bring things back to neutral in here. But over time, once it gets past the red dotted line, once it gets past that, then it makes a difference in how it's stepping. So past this and it continues to drop, then we can say, okay, we're gonna pick up another move to the upside. So you can see, right, like I said right here, how the natural process is that it's going to drop back to standard deviation 1. That's the natural process. It's going to come out of this zone in here of being extended above standard deviation 2. But once it gets past that dashed line, it makes a difference. Over here, it did not push past the dashed line. As you stayed above, SMA in here. So something tells me we're going up. Still another squeeze in here. You got your fast signal cross in here, which is showing you that the selling pressure was slowing down in here, and indicating, the little pump that we can see right now doesn't look like much in here. But again, so ascending triangle vibes is what I'm getting from it when I look at that. And then, of course, our flat top. So when I look at that ascending triangle vibes, even though we took the liquidity over that ascending trend line, the flat, like that's the next thing to break. So squeeze in here. That's 3-day. Let's take a look at the 2-day. So 2-day, very much like the daily, you got past that. You got past that point. So, yeah. And that's a beautiful little cross in here. So I like that. For me, it's just a matter of time, and then that trend line just whatever time frame you use, it's gonna probably make a difference. I'm gonna start focusing on that trend line, because that trend line means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. And you can see that we're sitting above our 20 SMA right now, like we're resting on it, like no closures below it. Yesterday we didn't close below it. We opened above it, and we're still sitting above it right now. So 2 days in a row above the 20 SMA. It's hard to tell it when you look at the lower time frames. It's really hard to tell it. But we closed above it on Monday. We didn't close below it yesterday, and we're still above it today. And we're just hitting our little resistance in here, just waiting to get our little push up. And then even the daily over here, 115. Like even with this small bit about volatility that we have in here on the chart, 115 seems to be the confluence right now. 115. That's positive. That's a change in the behavior. You spend all this time right here underneath it, the same way I'm saying with the cloud. Like you spent all that time underneath the cloud, and then you get above it. That's a change. Especially 1-2 days. That's a change. So I'm again upside for me, but I'm managing my risk, and I have my stop in place. And so I'll be looking at Solana's been killing it. I got long on Sol yesterday. I was talking about what's that one? Hyperliquid yesterday. I gave a call out on a few, but then when I started looking at Solana yesterday, do I not? Okay, I don't have drones over here. I blocked it. Looks, I'll go back on. When I started looking at Solana yesterday, it looked nice on the 15-minute time frame. So I told you I'm just using the screener over here, and I just set it up over here for the Bollinger Band, 15 minute. And I'm looking for stuff that's sitting below the basis. So below the 20 SMA, I'm looking for stuff like that now to just find some quick entries and things like that. And so yesterday Solana was the one that was giving me vibes to jump in and buy it. And so I did that. I've already taken profit once on Sol. The rest of it is still sitting in here. But it was this mover over here yesterday, right here. It was this one. So when I saw the red line in here, as I was just explaining to you, I saw it was falling, 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 falling. So it looked better than Hyperliquid at that point, because Hyperliquids, and I'm not taking trades right now unless I can almost guarantee I'm going to get some sort of a nice quick move in the market, even if it don't last. Some standards. Hyperliquid's line was still sitting like this yesterday, still sitting flat and at the highs. So I was like, I'm not going to be able to mess with that one until it meets my criteria. And I kept telling you that yesterday on stream as well. And then I saw Solana get this little bit of a bullish divergence in here. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, let me buy that. It had dropped below the golden pocket and the 786 at that point, but it had came into here. So when I saw the bullish divergence, I think we were somewhere like more so just below the golden pocket when I jumped in, and then I added one extra time because of the bullish divergence. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna add it again. As long as we're holding above the lows of this candle right here, then I can see the bullish divergence in here as well. So I jumped in on that. And I snapped it this morning, but I snapped it this. Oh, I mean to make it that big. So you can see 213. So it averaged me down to just the 213. So just across here. And I started to move that stop yesterday. I think it was last night. I started to move that stop in here. And I pushed it up and I was like, I've already TP'd one time. I'll just let it stop me out if it's gonna come back down, and then boom, 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 boom. Because I was watching this in here and I was like, I'm just gonna move it back down. Because the higher time frame started doing something a little bit different. Or was it this time frame right here? Yeah, it was this one right here. So we ended up getting the MACD ended up crossing above the delta. That's another subject that I talk about on this channel quite often too, is utilizing your MACD and your delta in a different way. So you're looking for crosses on those two, and I usually just drop it to the line chart. I take away the signal line for the MACD. You don't need it. That's what the delta is. That's what the delta is. When the delta crosses 0, it's telling you MACD just crossed its signal. So you don't need the extra line. So I took that off. Now sometimes I have my own little moving average that I did. Sometimes I will use that and pair it for confirmation of the faster move, because that's what I look at now with the color. And here is the faster move on the MACD and the delta, because without that, for me, the MACD and delta can be slow, but there is a confirmation signal more than anything. It is designed to confirm price action and not give you fast entries, but confirm price action. But I'm a fast girl, so I just need to see the speed. But we got the cross up between the MACD and the delta. Delta crossed above the MACD. I like to see that, because that's usually a strong indication that we're going to continue up. It fails sometimes. That's why I look at the color, see what color we got when we make the crossover. But when it's crossing up, it's generally a nice push to the upside. That means you're no longer correcting, you're actually moving, because below the 0 line, MACD is below the 0 line, and you're getting price action pumps, then it's a correction only. So that's that. This can be moved now. I'm just going to slide this on up here. Turn the magnet back on to here. But with Solana also, I know Solana has like the rising formation and all of that good stuff in here for price action. I know that. But Solana is also riding above. I'm gonna turn my. Actually, I'm gonna leave this on for a minute. This right here, this box in here, this is your must hold zone for your weekly time frame. So if you get some sort of a pull back here for SOL, that's going to be your must hold zone here for your weekly time frame. So when we look at the Bollinger here for SOL, you can see we're only dropping back, like we're saving face every time we come back into standard deviation 1. While we're all waiting for it to break down, that's been our range between standard deviation 1, which is the orange here at the bottom where you see price action riding above, and then standard deviation 2, which is the red line here at the top. So we've been maintaining in between standard deviation 1 and 2, which is the most bullish thing you can do within the Bollinger. Once you start to slip that, the next thing is going to be your basis. So returning to your mean revision. This is what we like. We like when price action does this. Stays inside standard deviation 1 and 2. Super bullish outside. And a lot of people get ready to, I have these signals in here, and the signals just indicate, okay, you came back inside of your standard deviation 2. That's what the arrows are for. At some point they will play out. So I don't dismiss that, because I know that that's a strategy too. Getting short when price action comes back inside of your standard deviation 2, that is a strategy. At some point it's going to work. You might only catch a few scalps here and there, but at some point it's going to actually play out. So I stick with it, leaving it in the chart. Like there, it worked out, and like here, it worked out. You know, and it's only going to flash it if you close outside of it. If you're breaking it and you pop back in, it's not gonna fire off any sort of a signal or anything like that. And then looking for bearish divergence in the process of trading. Usually by the time you do 2 pretty good pushes outside of your standard deviation 2, the second one is more than likely going to be some bearish divergence. More than likely you'll probably some bear divs. So yeah, that's what we like to see. We like to see price action riding in between standard deviation 1 and 2, which is why I push the Bollinger Bands, and why I try to tell people or teach people how to use it differently than just having just your standard deviation 2 and your bases in here. Because that's what most people's look like. It doesn't include the standard deviation 1, and it's very relevant to how to use it. But that's where we're at here on SOL. So that's why we keep getting, knocked around. And then you can also see the patterns that it creates too. Whenever you get trapped in between support and resistance, you create patterns. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that before, but that's how patterns are created. They're created because price action gets trapped between a support level and a resistance level. And therefore we have the rise in formation that we can see on Solana right now, and it's because we're trapped, and then the price breaks out of one side or the other, which is also why sometimes patterns fail. They're not confirmed by volume, for one, and then just the way that they're created is they happen because you're trapped, and somebody has to win. Bulls or bears, somebody has to win. So right now I'm still looking for 227 as the target right now, and I'm gonna take it slow. I know we're looking for much higher targets to be hit on Solana, but I'm just gonna scale it back and take it slow. I don't know why. Maybe I don't have it set up to show. Okay. All right, so we have the ascending channel formation in here. That's one. So yeah, I'm looking at 227 right now as the potential target in here. We do have the pattern in here. Maybe if I drop down here to no, it may only be set for here. Yeah. And so we do have the pattern in here as well. Then the other pattern in here, which we're back testing the top side because we did push outside of this. You can see this right here, this trend line that's running up across here. We did break and close outside of it. And that's the first time we did that. These two created it. We tapped it there. We tapped it here. We even broke it here, but we didn't close outside of it. So now it's the first time we closed outside of it. And then this is the part, this line right here. What we were just looking at was standard deviation 1 in the Bollinger from the weekly time frame. That's going to be this line right here. So like I said, when you get trapped between resistance and support, you create patterns. So you have this rising structure because you're creating a pattern between standard deviation 1 and 2 on your weekly time frame. So it's giving you this ascending wedge formation right now. And then sometimes they break to the upside. More than not, they break down, but sometimes they can break to the upside. This can come back in. It can come back in, and you can see this zone down here a little bit better, that 180 to 169, which, you know, like I said, on your weekly. And if you expand a little bit, which this isn't Bollinger related, but if you expand a little bit, then of course you'll be looking back at your 164 in here on the weekly time frame. This might be a great place to pick up a long position if Solana starts to sell off pretty good. So enter quite late on this. I entered quite late on this, which is crazy because we talked about Solana versus Ethereum for a while, long enough for me to say, hey, Solana dominance and Solana versus Ethereum, it looks like it's about to flip around. It's about to flip around. It's looking good. We talked about that a couple of videos. So Solana at the moment is doing a little bit better than Ethereum, but I'm gonna go over to Ethereum. I'm gonna put this back on 15-minute. But Hype ended up doing pretty good too. ETH. So the thing I discussed with you was this was our first zone in here. We wanted to see Ethereum holding here. We bounced. We broke. And I said it can come back to here. This one was still valid for Ethereum, so I said it can come back into this one. So you can keep using this one. That's what I told you. So if you weren't long on Ethereum, and I know you think Ethereum is trash right now, probably, but I told you if you weren't long on Ethereum, this was a good zone right here. And this has been holding up very well for Ethereum. Very well. And the reason why is I keep telling you, we've seen Other altcoins get that Bollinger break on their 12-hour time frame. Ethereum hasn't done it yet. And when Ethereum does do it, a lot of people probably gonna be. I've trashed on Ethereum so bad. I have trashed on Ethereum really, really bad. And I told you, I said the moment I want to get in it, it's not gonna do. Yeah, it's gonna do some stuff, some different things because, hey, down to Crypto TA thinks she finna trade now. She talked much smack about us, about me, and now she thinks she's gonna get in here and she's gonna trade. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not gonna make it easy on her. But this whole zone across here. Let me go to my 12 and see if my stuff will show up. I'm missing some things. I probably need to. Yeah, it's not going to show on this chart. I'm missing some stuff that I need to show you. Let me see if I can find that one. It's going to give you some better insight into Ethereum so you have it. Because I think it's worth knowing. Let me go back over here and see if possibly I put it on this chart. I did. I put it on the one with Solana. All right. So let me go weekly first. And I was like, I couldn't find this the other day. I was looking for this. I was like, I know we had a setup in here for a short condition for Ethereum a long time back, where I talked about this expand, and I couldn't find it. And then I had it in pain 1, but we never did reach the target, which was going to be back down here to 408. So I mean, it stopped out right in here. Yeah, it would have never reached the target. It hadn't reached the target. Bollinger. So ETH right now is still very strongly within standard deviation 1 and 2 on your weekly Bollinger. Very strongly within standard deviation 1 and 2. That's it. You're still in here, despite the fact that price action swept the high. And just the higher time frames, and me saying to you, I just don't see it going to, doubling in price just yet, based on monthly time frame stuff. And so far, that's been pretty solid. But we did just take liquidity from the top, and you had trapped traders in here. That's why you always get some sort of a reaction in here. You have a lot of people just like, I can't wait to get out of this trash. I can't wait to get out of this trash, because they sat in it for a long time at these highs, holding it, waiting for the day that price action came back up, because they bought the top, didn't manage the risk, and sat on their hands all that time. So once price comes back up, they're like, I can't wait to get out of this trash. And that's what happens. But right now, still very much in between standard deviation 1 and 2 on the weekly. So still in the bullish control zone right now. And we haven't even tapped back into standard deviation 1 just yet. Over here would have had to been a big drop, but we haven't tapped back into it yet. But when we do, I am looking for price to come. I think I've given you the setups in here that I'm looking at for Ethereum. Something being said. I see the hi genius. Yeah. I didn't short Ethereum. Even though I a long time ago, like yourself, I looked at the possibility of this setup in here. This was the setup given in advance, but I didn't short it. I just haven't been wanting to short anything. And it's wild. And I'm like, people gonna watch the videos and they're gonna get sick and tired of me because I'm not shorting. I don't want to short. I want to long. And you can long without leveraging. You know how much easier that is for so many people who don't want to leverage? To just be able to go long. So it resonates. It's why the market is up more than it's down. Because a lot of people don't leverage. But yeah, we're still looking pretty good in here on Ethereum. And then I take a look here at the 12-hour. You see our squeeze is going to happen. All the other altcoins have had their break up off their 12-hour. Ethereum has not. It's going to happen. I'm betting on it. I'm betting on it. And you can see where we're stopping out here on the 12-hour too. Of course, the 20 SMA in here. You can see it from down here. We're in this squeeze. We're in this squeeze and we're just waiting for that break to happen. For Solana. Not Solana, for Ethereum. For Ethereum. We're just waiting for that break to happen for Ethereum. It hasn't happened to Ethereum yet. It's happened with everything else. I take a look down here and I look at, I want to see this move up. Like right now, we got all this space in between us right now on the MACD and the delta in here. You can see the MACD has crossed its signal line. That's what crossing above the zero for the delta means. It means that the MACD crossed the signal line. It's above it. But the orange through here is showing me that the MACD is positive right now. But gotta see this cross up. Over here, that's not a good example. Over here, this is the good example over here. So this is where we got our positive posture on both the delta and the MACD in here. Delta crosses zero, which at this point now you're getting your signal cross on your MACD. But I'm a fast girl, like I said, so I switched it up because I just need, I don't want to get in too late on anything instead of stop. I don't want to get in too late. So I probably would have been in here. But when the MACD crosses above the delta, bullish. So if you're somebody who's looking at your delta and you're just looking at the fact that your delta bars are, let's go with the columns. If you're just looking at it and you're like, we're losing it, wrong. Forget whatever you've been taught. Wrong. This is generally bullish. Forget that. Forget the shading on the delta is light. We're losing momentum. Forget it. When this happens, MACD crosses delta. The masses of the time, not every time, but the majority of the time, bullish. Bullish. That's your confirmation that you're bullish. And as long as it stays above it until you see how it crossed below it here, but it caught the, I have to put it back on the line. but it caught the zero and reversed. So it captured the zero and reversed and continued. You did it again in here. You came down, you captured your zero, you reversed, and you continued. And then here, this time, you dropped below it. You lost it. So we got the bearish cross. We got the MACD nose diving and crossing below the delta, and that's where you start to get bearish. So we do want to see the MACD cross back up above the delta. We want to see that in here, and we don't have that right now. We got a MACD cross above its signal line here on the 12-hour time frame, but we don't have the MACD above zero or crossing positive above the delta. So we want to see that. That's something else we want to, look for confirmation of what we can expect out of this 12-hour for Ethereum when we can finally get that push to the upside. It's just a matter of time. It sucks that it's not there yet, but we definitely got the squeeze in here. We definitely have the squeeze in here. We don't have we don't have any really great signs in here just yet, not even from the DTI, where color is not necessarily there either for that. And then, of course, the RSI in here. This looks pretty decent in here on the RSI. I'm expecting to be in the negative for ETH, but I will wait. Why you... Hold on. Yeah, we are. We all broke for real. Yeah, it hasn't been the funnest market this go round. Genius, it hasn't been all that fun. Yeah, but yeah, everything. Yeah, I don't know. It is a lot more fun when we're making money though. But we're just chopping around in here on the RSI, just chopping around. These lines will continue to move. The ones that I drawed in here, I had to draw some lines in here. This one right here is better in my opinion, because you can see the multiple touches in here. And then I did this one in here, but yeah, because we just keep flipping up and down the blue signal line in here on the RSI as well as the green one. And so no follow through just yet. We have this big space, this big gap between the yellow and the blue. So we still don't have the momentum yet. And that's another thing too, like exactly how the MACD and the delta is. We just have this big space in here, but we did see a change of behavior yesterday from Ethereum. Now I will tell you that the drop that we got on Ethereum, it did kind of negate some of that change of behavior that I saw yesterday. But like I said, I'm going to keep holding Ethereum. Going to stay in this long position that I'm currently in on ETH at the top. I'm going to stay in it, and I'm gonna wait for that break to happen whenever it happens. Now, if it looks like we're just totally going to be losing it, yeah, I'm long in BTC. Good morning, Kareem. You got out. Okay, but you jumped back in for another long out at 111K. Yeah. I'm still holding mine, Kareem. Yeah, the chop is very exhausting, and that's what me and Genius are talking about too. Kareem too, because yeah, like I was just saying, like we're just chopping, chopping. So you can see it in here. Like I don't really know what the standard RSI with the signal line looks like right now, but more than likely, it's probably RSI is just chopping it. So if I take away this, let me just take away the green one. It'll probably look something like this one right here. It'll probably look very close to this. So you wouldn't have anything but this one in here, and just how RSI. So you look at RSI like RSI is your price action. So this is price action right now, just chopping up and down, up and down, up and down the signal, up and down the signal. Now it looks like we may be clearing it. I can see the difference in here in the posture. Whereas before, every time we were chopping it, it was doing, the line was just going down and down. It was descending, descending, descending. And now we're ascending in here a bit. So we're starting to turn. And so that's the curving formation we see on price action. Now, if you remember, I said to you in here, I said, before I decided to go back in here and draw this line in here, I'm gonna hide that for a second. I said with this, the trend line break across that was across here, I said we're flattening out. We're rounding. It looks like we're starting to round out instead of having, yeah, you would be looking for a V-shaped recovery. We don't have that. So we're getting a rounded bottom and we're moving so slow with it. It's boring the crap out of people. And that's what rounding bottoms do. They bore the crap out of people, but they eventually get their leg up. So very boring, just like a rounding top. People, you put a rounding, you do this to somebody right here, and I just inverted the chart. You do this to somebody right here, they think you're still going up. They're still holding their long position because they're not paying attention to the fact that it's rounding. And when you round, where's something I don't like to use in here? I probably have, it's probably over here. Is it in here? No, you can see I don't use a lot of lines. Horizontals mainly. Stop it. You stop it. I'm gonna have to flip this. You don't really pay attention to the fact that that's what you're doing. If you were to see this at the top of price action, you're not paying attention to the fact that that's what you're doing. You're bored, but you think you're still going up. That's what we're doing. At this point, we're rounding out, and it's slow and it's boring, and it can be painful. But that's what it looks like we're doing. So we'll see. I'm holding. This was the 12-hour support range in here. So excuse the wicks because that happens. But the level that I identified on the 12-hour time frame, which is why we keep holding in here so perfectly, it is a support level in here for the 12-hour, or let me put it in here, put it in other terms. The average price range on the 12-hour is this line right here. So that's the average price range, is this line right here. And that's what we've been finding support at the average price range in here. The same way I do the weeklies, figure out what the weekly average price range is. That's what the one is for the 12 hours. So as long as we're holding through here, I'm going to continue to hold Ethereum. We start to lose this, like, there are times that I'm looking for this liquidity down here to be taken, because we're in a range. We're coiling within a range, the same way you can see from the Bollinger. That's how you capture. That's why I like to use inside bars a lot. I love inside ranges, inside bars a lot, because it's the same as a Bollinger, as a squeeze, and then you're looking for your break out of either side. But that's what we have here. I think this one came from the. This came from the weekly. Did it come from the weekly? It might have been that daily then. It may have come from the daily time frame, and I got 1 inch too high in here. Yeah, I did. I got it a little bit too high. Should be like that. It should be like that. So this bar is this bar right here. And then this was the inside bar that we created here. And then we came up and we swept liquidity one time in here. We haven't swept this low, and I started not to even enter Ethereum initially again because we weren't taking out this low, and I knew that there was some liquidity through here. But actually, if you was on the heat map, it would have showed you that the liquidity was this one right here. It didn't actually have it below here, but there's always liquidity at the bottoms. But the largest liquidity pool was sitting where this wick right here dropped in at. I just keep thinking that this will get taken. And at some point it is. Like I said, even if it's just us coming up here to sweep the liquidity again off of this top and then dropping. And usually when we sweep one side, I look for us to sweep the next side. We haven't done that yet because we're holding in here, and we do have that squeeze. So all I can do is patiently wait for it to happen. It's slow. Genius, what you talking about? You talking about me getting out? I've been in and out. I've been in and out. I've been holding here the past couple of days though. I actually took two setups on Bitcoin on two different accounts. I closed out one. I left the other one open. I actually took a little bit of profit late after I gave so much of it back. I took a little bit out of it yesterday because I was interested, and I said I wasn't gonna leverage SUI. I almost did it. I'm so glad I didn't do it. So I sold a portion of my Bitcoin yesterday off of what I still had left open, and I was gonna throw it into SUI, but SUI never came down to the target that I was looking for yesterday either. So I left it alone, and I've been on here many times saying I'm not gonna leverage SUI. And when you call it the drop for ETH, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Genius. Yes. I remember that day because that was when I was long the top side of Ethereum. Yeah, I got out of that. But once we got the drop, I got back into Ethereum. I sure did. I got back into ETH. When we got the drop, I got back into it, and so I made returns off of that. And then I don't know if this is. I'm not still holding that same one from after that, but I did share it on stream, and then I re-entered on Ethereum. What day was it? It was probably like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, something like that. I re-entered on Ethereum off of this return right here. So on this one, so when we dropped in, when we dropped in here, so Monday, yeah. So Monday when we dropped back in, when we dropped down and we hit this level in here, I entered a new long position on Ethereum again. Yeah. So I'm holding this. I haven't added to it, even though we've come back into it and it looks secure. I'm not gonna play around like that. So for me, it'll be more so for somebody who doesn't already have a position in Ethereum to do that. I don't want to keep adding every time it drops into here, because at some point, like I said, if we keep knocking, we will break. So, but I'm still holding from over here. Some better entries were here, but I'm still holding from here. And I actually entered this twice. I sold one and I left the other one open. And I don't have a stop on this just yet. So market makers, don't come for me. I have no stop loss on this just yet, which is bad information for me to share because you should always have a stop loss. But for some reason for Ethereum, I just decided I wasn't going to do it because I would have been stopped out twice. Because I entered the one that I left open, that was off of this liquidity sweep. The one I sold was we came in further. Yeah, the one I sold was from here, but the one I left open was based off the bounce from the liquidity sweep, which means it had to come up above here, right? So but I think Ethereum is gonna get a yeah, see, it looks like a descending triangle. It looks like a descending triangle. I'm not gonna plant that seed in my head. I'm just not gonna do it. Because like I said, everything else got a bounce. I mean, Ethereum doesn't have to just because everything else got one, but everything else got a 12-hour Bollinger breakout. Soul didn't. Crow didn't. Sui. That's a good prime example of what I'm looking for Ethereum. It just ain't happened yet. It just hasn't happened yet. Another great example, just hasn't happened yet. Not Pendle. I don't know if that one had one. Yeah, it did. Oh, I mapped out this chart finally. I mapped it out. You know, before I just had all the inefficiencies on here, but I mapped it out. I actually mapped it out before coming on stream. So where the levels are here for Floki, which I think is a good looking chart. Now, I'm not even a meme girl. I'm so not a meme girl, but I like Floki right now. So yeah, the stop losses. Yeah, yeah, the temporary, yeah. So I'm trying to hold through the. I hate giving money to the market, but if you're a good trader, you're gonna give some money to the market, especially if you're managing your risk. I just got to deal with it. So yeah, nice squeeze in here for Floki. And that was the moment, like it gave 2 points in here for the squeeze, which gave you your lower trend line in here. And then that's the one that just happened to squeeze it enough for the actual breakout. He had enough touches at that point. You probably could have changed this from how I got it and did it across here. But that was the first squeeze, and then you can see squeeze colors in here, and the squeeze colors in here. H part do that? Just right in here. Not Floki, but Link. It didn't get as tight in here for Chainlink. I think I talked on this yesterday. You got a line in the sand in here for Chainlink. But on the weekly time frame, this looks good. Which, speaking of, we'll hop off of Ethereum, and I'm just gonna we hit target yesterday, 302. Like I told you, XRP very cookie cutter price action, your low, your high. Very cookie cutter. And so I'm looking at this 345. If it can get past this point in here, I didn't really see anything. I think it's still doing what you would expect for it to do, possibly. Let's see. All right, so you're out of your bullish control zone in here for XRP. You're no longer between standard deviation 1 and 2. So yeah, you just basically VWAP standard deviation 1 back test there, but still above your basis in here nonetheless. So like I said, cookie cutter price action for XRP. If it comes back down and starts to drop below its weekly range in here, then I will be looking back down here where the basis is even lining up at. It's back around here to your 263. And then of course that would be 263 on the high. And then if it pushes in a little bit more, then hold on. Yeah. 263, 260. And then 238. So that would be your next cookie cutter zone back in here. Maybe to back test these highs in here, if that happens. But right now, yeah, you're doing pretty good, just managing to stay right here in this range. That's your zone right now until you can break it. And then like I said, just basic 345, which will put you back up here around standard deviation 2. Get through this. If it gets through this in here, you have a squeeze in here on the RSI. You do have a squeeze there, and I mean, you got the bear div in here off your MACD, but it's still above. I mean, it's still in a great place to just say that this is a correction. And then this right here, you've crossed the MACD has crossed the its signal line that it uses on the standard MACD, but this is still sitting at the 0 line, and all it takes is for this to turn up, and then this continues going higher here for XRP, because nothing in here looks bad right now. Nothing in here looks bad. It still indicates it's a continuation. And your 2 drives of bearish divergence here off the RSI. You can see that. But it's still above the signal line in here. And it's in between the pocket, which again means it's a squeeze. I don't think that we're below. Yeah, that looks fine. It reads corrective. Yeah, it reads corrective. RSI still above the 50. So that's good too here for XRP. Yeah. Just a little consolidation right now. Just a little consolidation. It was something else that I paired together yesterday that I noticed on another chart. I can't think of what it is at the moment. I'm struggling with it. And you held support. So, I don't know. I mean, XRP looks fine to me right now. Just a little pullback. And get back above VWAP. And all's good. probably need to redraw out the lines on this. This looks descending too, the same way Ethereum does. But it doesn't mean it's going to be that. You're still sitting in the squeeze. It doesn't mean it's going to be that. Where it looks like it, well, at least on the Bollinger, you broke that squeeze, but here you're still sitting in the squeeze. You're still sitting in the squeeze here on the daily time frame on the RSI. You're still in it. It's closer to breaking this high than anything, and that would, like I said, that would give it a nice candle push up. You could reject and come back in and drop that same candle real quick, but that still looks okay. Do have a little bit of bear div even here on the daily time frame. There is some bearish divergence here in price action, but above the mean here on the RSI. So you're above all your means except for here. Even here, I mean, the delta is above the zero, which again indicates that just simply means the MACD is above its signal line, giving you a buy entry or a long entry, corrective at best until it does that, crosses above. Want to see it cross above. If this keep rising, it probably won't cross above it, but I want to see it cross above it. So you do want to see, I guess you want to see it curve a little bit and make it a little bit easier to be in reach of the MACD crossing above the delta. And it's probably just sitting on the no, it's not just sitting on, yeah, stopping out at VWAP and standard deviation 1. So low volatility read. So you know you're good in this range right here for now. That's where your low volatility, you're good in this range. You break it, then I'll be looking down here. You push up, I'll be looking up here. If you can get it, but you gotta get an explosive expansion in here. I don't see any other confirmations that it's ranging in here, anything like that. Yeah, I don't see anything. Not there. I don't want this to become confusing, so I'm gonna take that away while I'm looking. No, I don't see anything that suggests that. Nothing. Nothing is giving me. Maybe I could do this 2 week. And we all know XRP will get somewhere and it'll just stay there for a minute. So yeah, you're coiling in here. That's a long range. That's a long range. And that must be your 50. No. That is a long range. Golden pocket 786. So it It was your basis for this range before it got to break down below it. And you're barely just back up above it now. Which this would suggest a breakout to the upside would put XRP at about $5.07 as a target one. And then a break to the downside will put it back down here around these highs, filling in all of this at about 83 cents. I would lean towards the one to the top side. At 507 for a target one. Let me just put this back on that for a sec and see something. I'm just trying to find another good example of that in here for you, where it didn't violate it, but I don't see a place in here where it didn't and end up invalidating it. And that's the only thing I can see right there on the, the 2 week. That's the only, the one for the monthly look like it might be the same as the 2 week. So basically the same as the 2 week. Otherwise, I don't see anything else that confirms some sort of a impulsive move, explosive move would happen here. Just this 2 week time frame. So you can watch that on your 2 week for XRP. And Crow, same thing. Like you had to expect, like you don't deviate this far outside of the Bollinger and not expect to come back into standard deviation. Like you return inside of this at some point. You're gonna return inside of this. So yeah, it makes sense that once Crow got up here to this weekly range in here around 38 and 39 cents, that it would come back in here and revisit basis 2. Even if I turned on more than that one, like it even if I put on standard deviation 4, like, yeah, you gotta expect for that to come back in. And I've gotten pretty good with not turning on the additional deviations. So you're basically still trading in between standard deviation 4 and standard deviation 2. That's wild. It hasn't even come back in as low as standard deviation 1, which would be the bottom side of this, which is like 19 cents. So that's in between the golden pocket and the 786. From this low to that high, if that's a such thing. Otherwise, it probably would be returning to the basis, is where this would probably line up somewhere down in here. Yeah, well, 786 is pretty close to that. By the time this moves some more, yeah, probably would be back in here. Pro. And this still looks good and strong, like, because it deviated so far out. Like, I mean, there's no slippage here of the MACD yet. Like, you don't even see this color yet. It deviated so high. And like I said, still trading way high in your Bollinger, like nowhere close to the basis just yet. RSI, you cross the fast signal, of course. I can tell that right there. And it's not old enough for the yellow one to pop up on the weekly time frame. There's nothing to buy here. Like, there's no reason to touch this other than to scalp it. There's no reason to look to invest in it and wait for it to do something like this again. Or like that again. This is wild. Yeah, all the breakouts on Chronos probably would fail right now, just because it did expand quite a bit. And I was playing with it for a minute too, but it looks like any sort of attempted moves higher will be met with bearish shorting it, because that's still crazy right now. Still crazy. See that 2 week? Like, you're not even back at standard deviation 2 yet on a 2 week. Haven't even come back to it yet. So that's the first return here for this golden pocket on the 2 week time frame. Yeah. Did anybody accumulate this down here? Because that's just wild. I don't think anybody was interested in Crow anymore after that. That's just wild. Yeah, there's no reason to want to invest in this until it comes back in. No reason. So on your daily time frame, that's a hard on right there. This mean, I mean, just look at how the 20 SMA is. And it looks like you're trying to create an onion again in here. No. So Sui, which I did do a video on Sui. I don't know. I'm just spot long on Sui at the moment. It's the 1 candle range right here. Just hitting standard deviation 1. Talked about the SUI potentially coming back into here. I'm missing some readings. I probably turned them off. No, that's not correct. I'm missing some data in here that has like the ranges that you need to watch on SUI, but I'm missing it. So right now, weekly managed to push back up above the 20 SMA in here, but some pretty legit resistances in here, and I had the arrows on here for it, and I don't see it right now to tell you what I had in here for SUI. And I promise you that my support and resistance levels, I had a lot more in here. I happened to turn those off. I'm just not realizing that it actually is sitting in between the band. Like that is a coincidence. That is a coincidence because I got a lot more levels in here, and I turned the other ones off, and I was just looking at price action, and it was like, just keep these on. So that's surprising. I think it was the, let me see which time frame it is for this. So the daily, it may be this daily time frame. It's not like the strongest squeeze or anything like that for SUI, but it is making an attempt. I don't expect for it to go too far if we break into the upside first. I still think that there's unfinished business down here to the downside for SUI. I think we can push into this a little bit more. Like the way that we just bounced completely off of this golden pocket top side here, the 618, for me, it just reads unfinished business, and that we should do something more like we did right here in this one. And then how we did over here, which you can't see it right now, but over here, you pushed in into the golden pocket 786 the same way it did in here. So you get closer in here. Actually, it may not have been that one. It's this one right here. So if I don't know why none of that stuff is showing up. It might be on a different chart. It's not this one then. It's not this move right here then. It's not that one. Yeah, because that's for this one. So it's not that one. It must be. Let me just make sure. Zones, icons, triangles. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. It just may not be this. And I hate to go through the process of trying to find it, and then I can't. Let me turn this off for a sec. So like even over here with this, that pull there for the, let me not extend it so it'll make a little bit more sense. Settings. I'm acting special this morning. So even with this one, you pull into the golden pocket 786 way more. And it's not just this. So for me, it just doesn't make sense, in my opinion, that it doesn't come in here more. You did it there. You did it there. I would think that you would do it here too. It doesn't have to repeat. but it just makes a little bit more sense, in my opinion, that it does that. So some really good resistance in here. Based on what I saw in the chart, you don't really come up too far in here either. Like the weekly time frame has resistance in here that you don't come up too far, which is why I think you get that extra drop down. And of course, you have your rising structure in here for it as well. Even if you came in and you tapped the bottom side of this again, it just seems to make more sense to me. Like I said, even with this, like every drop was back to this cloud, back to this cloud. So coming in further into the 786, you come back into this low cloud in here. It just makes sense to me. Every drop, you coming back into it. And this one, 2, this one you don't do it. I mean, even this one, it didn't have to stay outside of it, but it made contact with it. But I'm looking for the spot buys on it, and there's potential that you can come all the way back down here. That's one of the other things I kept saying I'm not going to talk about it. You can go watch the video, but there's a reason to believe that SUI can get back to 194. So like you can still get a drop down here. So I have my buy levels, which is this one here at the 262, and then if it comes in here, I buy again, and then I buy some right here as well. But it could potentially do that. Not saying it's going to do that. That's why I already bought some spot position. I bought the top in here, actually. Remember that. I bought the green candle, and I said, don't buy the green candle. But, yeah. SUI is... SUI is just one of those charts where I'm trying not to be overly bullish on just yet, but looking to build a position. You see all of this right here, all of this. I mean, it basically just means that you're in a tight squeeze on your monthly time frame that you can't see from your Bollinger with this trend line right here. So the basis on the monthly time frame is in line with this ascending trend line right here. So if SUI comes down and break it, which is why I'm saying, like, you can come back, like you can literally come back into here if you break this trend line. That's your 20 SMA here on your monthly time frame. So you can still see a drop of about 50% here on SUI. And that's just the perfect place, the perfect return place in here for it as well. Yeah, it's a perfect return place across these highs right here. This your best support is going to be right in here. You can't really pick up a lot of data in here. Like, you're still holding your RSI fast signal in here. So you're still holding up on your RSI. You're still above your mean in here on your RSI. Still above your mean in here on your Bollinger. But you do have a sideways range in here that could soon sell off. You do have a negative posture on the MACD. So that's a negative posture on the MACD right there, where that color changes. Whatever little data can be pulled up here off of this Binance monthly chart here for SUI. And I know the analysts are all calling for, and I think that SUI will get up to about $10. But I think that there is a reason to not be overly bullish on it. And just set in your heart that you can't get a 50% drop. That's my only thing. I mentioned this rise in here. I mean, but this stuff like this can take some time to happen. This portion of it still looks fine. Like you have no consistency. You have less consistency in here right now. Less consistency. Like you flip-flop the color in here a few times in here. You know, you didn't do that back here. You were clean with the decision to get the drop in here. You were clean with the decision over here to get the drop. And now you're chopping a bit in here. I'll put us back. I just wanted to check on Bitcoin. Which is not slowing down right now. We got back up above the, okay, so that would be in line with the 200 SMA. So yeah, this is important level right now. ADA. When I looked at this, I was like, "Oh, okay." So that was basically what we did when we were talking about the inefficiency in here, like where price would come if it came back down, and off of this high in here, and then eventually we got the drop down. So basically, all we did was the 20 SMA. Me thinking, okay, yeah, with this inefficiency right here, I'm smart. Now it's just 20 SMA. That was it, just a 20 SMA. Then of course you got the VWAP that's running up across here, across the lows in here for ADA. Still relatively strong, not conditionally strong like it was over here. It's not something like this right here, or even something like this right here. So volatility is kind of stifled on the weekly time frame. This might just be our range for now. I mean, no different than Bitcoin. This might just be our range. Like two, which is stronger than Bitcoin, of course. But just like Bitcoin, right now on the daily time frame has 2 candle closures above the 20 SMA in here, just getting back above it after creating this fallen wedge structure in here and getting the breakout and the 2 candle closures above it. This might be our range in here, and probably we don't need to expect too much. I am looking again 92. If it pushes up, that's what I'll be looking at, 92, and get past the standard deviation 1, and then 92 would be it. I don't see a reason to really think too much more of it other than this. I mean, you did. I mean, but this can flip down. So if I was a betting person, I would watch that. I would watch that and make sure that MACD doesn't turn back down to delta. They're still very, very, very close to the 0 line, but otherwise, that's cute. That's cute. They're converging a lot more, though. Let me just see if there was anything like that in here before. Not really where the MACD was. Well, maybe here. No, that's not even a good example. I don't see another good example of that. I don't see one. Because I was looking for where the MACD was already above the delta, and then you were looking for it to cross back down. Maybe something, I don't know. I don't see. Well, maybe this example right here is a good one. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen where it flips back down on you and then you're selling off like that. But it's not really too much in here to watch for. It's just just the low volatility. So maybe it doesn't at the moment, 92, and then it ranges in here for a while, and then potentially see a squeeze, and then we can look at higher prices. But volatility is not necessarily there for me to think that we get some sort of an explosive move up. But we broke the trend line, and we're above the 20 SMA, so that's good. You selling off right now? I don't need this one right now. At least for this 15-minute time frame, it could get a little crazy looking here on Cardano. Just a little bit. You're already heading down, and then you get your final drop, especially if this crosses. So you'll get your final drop, because we're looking like this at the moment. We're at this phase of the sell-off right here. That's what Solana looked like last night too when I took a trade on it, except this had already started to move. This started to move. So right now you can see how flat the Bollinger is. And as long as it's above here, you could get some hidden bullish divergence. So if it closes above that, then you could get hidden bullish divergence here. I'm assuming that this is reacting to Bitcoin. Performing okay against it though. Let's see what the range is. Might want to play ADA. That dang on World Liberty finance, you know, all that. Okay, I'm back in the green. I'm back in the green now. Oh yeah. So you probably got some hidden bullish divergence. This is okay right now. I can see what it's bouncing off of from the other chart. I still wouldn't play with it personally. But you might have hidden bullish divergence. It can still push back up above this. It's not something that I would do. I rather see this break down and then just look more defined like that. I'd rather see it do something more like that, where this is dropping in. And then I've committed to myself that as long as this is like this, even though it price can come back up, it can. It doesn't have to move. It can come back up. I'm just not going to touch it unless I see something like that. But Ada might be something you can take a long off of here in a little bit, at least a little bit. So we can see how this works today. Um, mm, mm, mm. I just was looking at below this. Let me see what this can. Yeah, below. A closure below this point right here. I mean, of course, you'd be taking out this liquidity in here, but if you were to close below here, you'd probably have some problems. And then that would mean that you could come back down somewhere towards this. I don't see that right now in this 15-minute time frame, but it might be why it's confirming that if you drop below here, then you likely start closing below here, then you're likely gonna come back down in between here and here. I'm gonna come back to it, but hold on. Oh, no wonder that didn't. I was like, why should I have to? I'm still not willing to trade it. Looks corrective, but I'm still not willing to trade it. Not like that. And that was what happened with Pendle. The reason why I didn't take Pendle, not Pendle, but Hype last night, even though it ended up performing pretty well. When we got in here, remember, if you were here, when we were over here, um, this stayed flat. This stayed flat, and I was like, nope, I'm not gonna trade it. I can drop this now. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna get into it unless it meets my criteria. So for one, I was looking for it to come back down in here and fill this gap. I'm like, that's weird. You usually don't see gaps here in the crypto space. It's something that's ridiculous. So I was like, okay, so either there or maybe it can do this right here. So we did drop below this, but we had the little ascending trend line in here. But as this was happening, this stayed flat. So I'm like, I'm not gonna touch it. And this is what ADA looks like right now. So I'm like, okay, I want to see this coming down. I want to see this happening right here because it's better. It's more pleasing for me. Like I've seen how price action tends to do when it does something like that versus how it looks right now. But like I said, ADA can still turn up and do this number right here. It can still do this right here. So I would have never taken this and I would have missed out on all of that because it's just not my thing. I don't like that. So I was watching the RSI over here for that. And then, of course, for the bullish divergence in here. And for a drop to happen in here, but this stayed flat. So then when I looked at Solana had already been rolling in, and it just looked like the better opportunity for me to jump into Solana instead. And then there was always going to be the trend line break. So the bullish divergence and the trend line break, but I wasn't going to trade both of them. So I chose Solana because it was doing what I wanted it to do a lot faster. So maybe ADA, if ADA does something like this right here, then that would be a good entry. But if it doesn't, then okay, so here we go again. It's performing better than ADA for sure. And you see how it's still flat? That was why I didn't touch it last night. I'm gonna put it back on this one. I just wanted to make sure Solana wasn't doing crazy-ish over here too. Yeah, it is though. We're getting close to our data for today. I don't want to set y'all up in something. Then you set your stop loss. So 8:30. We're getting close. We're getting close to the time for our little news, which is why we're selling off. So keep me lifted on Ethereum because I'm not selling. I got my stop loss in place for Solana. I'm not selling Ethereum, and it's performing like crap. I'm not selling. But the targets on this is still relatively the same. It can still come back down somewhere around this one right here. Right now, I'm just gonna stretch it out. It held that pretty good right there at that time. I don't know why I wanted to act crazy over here, but I don't know. It's still relevant. And then that's relevant too. It's 51 to 49. That's relevant. It may want to stay away. Hold on, that was pretty. Yeah, ADA looks like that too. It's already rising a little bit. Nice little doji. Then you had a nice little hammer in there. Nah. Nope. Not yet. I can see we're trying to hold this high in here. This high. But I would say not yet. It's trying to hold it. And that's why I stalled out right here underneath, crossing back above here. That's why I did that. Oh, okay, I see. So on your 15-minute on ADA, that's actually as low as it can go before it loses its most important support level. So when it got this drop into here, this is actually the lowest point that it could return to. So I guess that's why the bullish divvy in here, the hidden bullish divergence in here, especially after engulfing this candle right here, it's still just not one that I would take. But to each its own. If it plays, it's gonna play. It's not gonna work for me. But that was the lowest that it could go before violating the structure here on the 15-minute time frame. Yeah, it dropped clean into it too. Yeah, so that's what that's about. So maybe it does pump back up, come back in around these highs in here. So maybe it does something like this in here. Well, should probably, let me do it. Yeah, maybe it comes back in to the highs like that right in here for rejection. But that was your low with the bullish divvy off a hidden bullish divergence there. It's not for me. Height fell below what it needed to maintain on the 15-minute. So it does overshoot sometimes. Fell below it. And if I actually drop this in, this was the 15-minute support level. It still dropped below that slightly. And that was the average price structure right there for Hyperliquid. So sometimes I miss some trades just based on that, but that's okay. Below this right here, or it needed to actually hold in here when it got that drop. This was, but let me see what else was in here that made that relevant. I don't see it. I don't see what else was relevant to it. But that was where it needed to be back above. That's what you want to see it flip back above now. And then from there, it would be this momentum line in here. I'm going to switch out that line I put in here for the 1 hour. Just if it does it. Push it in like that. Is it just me, or does anybody else feel like it's not performing as relevant anymore? I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it is back in here. So this with that 4, they're together. So 53.25 somewhere around. I'm gonna turn that off. I don't want all the lines. This means not taking out this low. So if it starts to make sense, then I will take a trade on it. As we come into data, I just wanted to look back at that. And then that thing just had multiple drives of bearish divergence too off of that 4-hour time frame. You can even see it in here too. You can see the RSI from here to here. That's one big bear div. It's one big bearish divergence. So yeah, let patience pay off before taking the trade. I'm gonna check back on this one out here again. Yeah, let patience pay off. slow. I don't know. ADA might be different though. I'm still not gonna trade it like that, but ADA might hit different. Let's see if it come back for that low again and print some new bullish divergence. It might be better than hype. And let me put a number on this right here. You got 1 hour for our little data. I guess Pith's been back on a tear, terrorizing everybody. So this next candle close should drop this below here. That's going to be one condition met. He did just drop below it here on ADA. And like I said, 15-minute time frame, ADA has to hold here. Below here, it's a little bit more. It's a lot more critical on the 15-minute time frame though, so it has no choice but to hold in here. It just doesn't meet any. It doesn't meet my standards. In other news, while I'm waiting, I'm gonna jump right back over there because I don't think anything's gonna change between now and me looking at the bubbles in here. Kind of red across the board right now on most things in here. Solana's still barely hanging on. I have no idea what Soros is, but it looks like I need to check it out. Or IP. That looks like another good one. Like I said, Pith. In here doing Pith things. And this, I probably just went back in the hole on it. So I did away with my hopium for that thing. Anyway, that's what I get for playing around with some Trump coins. And they had what? They had the sun stuff. Well, they changed this role or whatever. They might be trying to set it up for people to favor it a little bit more. I feel like there's a stigma behind the Trump family name being tied to it as heavily as it is. So they're just trying to change things up to make it more appealing. So it might still give. It might. We a couple of days back we were talking about gold and a short for gold. I don't trade it or hold it, but we did talk about it. And I gave a setup on it, which is coming back up now. It's coming back up now. So you would have got a little something out of it. You wouldn't have got this whole move, but you would have got a little something out of it. So that was a short setup on the live we did. We're waiting for. We were down in here. Yeah, price action was down in here. Pulled the fib on it, and I said you might be able to get something from here. Just looks like it's gonna flip over a little bit. As soon as it came up into the 1-to-1, you got a bit of a reaction in here, but you can see how it bounced. Saw this trend line in here, plop that in there, but it bounced off of this trend line. But it might still continue to roll down, come back in here, come back down. To where it got the breakout from, potentially. So yeah, that's what it was. It was taken off of this daily in here. But you can see you got that one good candle pushed down as soon as it broke up into it. Then the gap is as far as I was looking at on the retracement in here for it. And then the fib was drawn from here to here. And that gives you your 1-to-1 right there on your fib retracement. And then it was right here that I was looking at. So yeah, price action was right here. And I was like, yeah, this is getting a little baked in here, especially when I see this cross across the top up here. Across the top of it is way overextended, like deeply extended in here. So like some sort of a pullback is going to happen, but I'm going to look for it to get up here to the 1-to-1. Not going to do the premature move in here because it's not actually hitting anything that people can relate to. So just wait for that. Then it finally made its way up here. And yeah, you got that little quick reaction so far. Do still have this cloud cover in here for gold. So still rising in here. Get a little bit tighter in here. Might be able to see this through. May be able to. see, just like in here, but you can see how much more extended it is, because this signal is all the way on top of it, like all the way on top of it, not just inside down below. It's usually down below. It's usually down below it. You don't usually wrap around the top of it. Yeah, you don't usually see that. Like this right here was just crazy. For now. But it's trying to push back up. Might still hold. And check back in on that later. Because it might still be a thing. It would be nice, not for me, because I'm not gonna mess with it, but it would be nice. I would probably buy some then at the top. At the top. Let's go. And I told you I went long on coin, but I had been stalling on getting long on coin, simply because I don't know why. I had been stalling to get long on coin. We might still got some bearish stuff in here though, but we have been holding our range in here, like with a 50, and then the I think this is a 4-hour range right here. We have been holding this for a while, so I was finally like, you know what? Let me go ahead and get long, and then it just started pumping like crazy. So when I checked it yesterday, before market closed on it, I was up. Yeah, I was up like 50% or something like that. Yeah, I was up like 49% on it. Over there off of BTCC. For coin. This can just be the place where it gets an actual pivot, because it doesn't have one right now. If it comes back up and rejects right here, if it can get there, that could just be the pivot to connect some dots. Just check on Ethereum real quick. These double tops is getting on my nerve. And that's what we noticed yesterday, right before the freaking drop. Double top on CME. I was like, dang. That's funny, because that's exactly what we got the rejection from off of CME too. It was the prior gap again. Go back in here. Now we were trying to hold our little range in here, but the gap, that's why I have it set at. That was exactly what we're shaving at now. For some reason, they're suppressing us to get for price action to get above these gaps in here. You see that double? Hold on, but you see the double top. As soon as I looked over here yesterday, I was like, dang. Double top was already pissed off because on the sex chart, we didn't take out the high, and then here we got the same high. And then of course Bitcoin, I got stopped out at the CME gap again. They refuse to let us fill right now. There's probably something better in here to trade. I'm just one person though, so me trying to run through here and find everything is pretty red right now. I know that don't look right. I'm already in Seoul, which basically looks like everything else. XRP looks like it's about to get another dip. All of this stuff is stalled out right now. I don't really think anything below here is worth looking at. It all looks the same right now. So the low volumes are rising. While price is dropping. Both of them trying to hang on right here. Might do it. Just miss out. I think hype is going to be one big bubble. And the name says it all. I gotta give it to Ada though, because it is performing way better right now. Ada doesn't get enough credit. It's performing way better. Hmm. Yeah, Ada is holding on for dear life. All right, 30 minutes now. 36 minutes. Yeah, they're trying to hold. I'm not gonna take the trades like this though. It's not gonna work for me. Just stay patient. Yeah, a little green volatility candle here on Ethereum as well. Bitcoin, same thing. They're all working together. Bitcoin may be looking to flip back up to 20 SMA on the 15-minute time frame. It's really close to it anyway. Like it's sitting on top of it, or sitting just slightly below it. The Bitcoin, I like the chart again. Mm-mm. Yeah, Ada's doing pretty good. She's doing pretty good with a little bullish divergence again, the little bull div. right there. Hidden bull diff. Squeeze. It'd be the ones like that too that give really nice moves, and I miss it, but it's okay. I don't know how to trust something like that just yet, so I don't mess with it until I learn how to trust it like that, and I don't. I mean, I can always say, hey, you're holding, I call it a gold digger when it's like that. When it holds above, when it rounds off like that. The same way I call it a cloud cover. If it covers it like this, I know I'm looking for it to drop. If it does it like this, I'm looking for it to hold. But I don't trust it unless it looks more like that. I don't know. It's just my thing. See, now we're probably getting our first pivot, and hopefully it's not to break up. Now, if it had a taken out this yellow, I probably would have jumped in. Which would be bad, so just don't take the trade. Just don't take it. But yeah, even the smallest little pivot can indicate a direction. ADA held up good so far. Let me take that away. It's this line. Midpoint of this section. I forgot that when I drew this, I was projecting. It wasn't the actual low. Oh, Lord, I'm going to miss out. It's okay. Isn't that how trading feels? You feel like you got to jump in. You got to jump in. I'm working on that feeling. I'm doing pretty good. Genius, how you just gonna wake up? how you how you just don't wake up? How can you sleep right now? We got data coming out. Let's get through the data first. Why you just woke up? I guess that means you got good risk management too. That's the only way you can sleep through this. But nothing's really happening just yet. Got a little pullback, which was necessary because we were overextended on some stuff. Just woke up. So PPI. Dang it. I don't care. I can see the resistance that is sitting in here. That's why I put the trend line right there. But I'm still not going to trade it. Not like that. Yeah, market is very, very boring. That's my thing. Just having to sit here and be patient until something meets your criteria. So I was watching this Hyperliquid and ADA, but they're both, I don't know. It's not for me. Not under the conditions. It might still work out. It probably will work out. It's just I'm not gonna take it though. They both are holding really good at their lows in here. Both of them. ADA just hit it one time. That was that candle, and then after that, it put in a little bit of bullish, little bit of hidden bullish divergence in here, which is something to play. But I don't know. Maybe it only comes into here, puts in the head and shoulder. Maybe it does what Solana did, because Solana was just like that before Solana got this nice little move up. It's just not gonna work for me though. So I'm gonna sit here and be bored until I see something that does. And that's what I ended up doing yesterday with it. I moved on to something else. Yeah. It ended up getting the move, but I just moved on to something else instead. This thing is so overextended. Yeah, before the data comes out. Is that what you're talking about? You was hoping to for the discount or something before the data come? Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But this stuff didn't move far enough, or it didn't. Or it's not even about necessarily about the move down as it is. It's just not gonna work for me. It probably gave something over here. Sure enough, I'm just not doing it. 5 minutes. I mean, but we could see it was holding in here. It was holding the low. This is what I was looking for on the 15. I'd rather play the 15, even though it's holding here. That's good. Even though this is rising price action, that's good. Even though multiple taps and didn't lose it, that's good. Just not for me. ADA, same thing. Bullish divergence, that's good. A nice little bottom and tail, that was good. It's not for me. Probably gonna stop out right here, and if it doesn't, then blessings to everybody, to anybody who could see what I couldn't see, or felt comfortable what I couldn't feel comfortable with. Yeah, I hope it's a bullish day incoming. I really, really do. I really, really do. Because yesterday was, I don't even know. I didn't get the overreaction, but the market's definitely overreacted. All right, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's already acting volatile. Ethereum is holding up in the green in here. ETH is holding up. This looks corrective though. Bitcoin, yeah, we didn't even come close to coming back into this, and we didn't even do this in here either. So I guess I can delete that for now. I'll still be looking at that if it did come back. But yeah, Bitcoin trying to hold up in here. Let me see what Lux Algo was given over here. It's kind of close to where my level is if it drops. Yep, just expect more volatility as we get closer and closer to this time. So hopefully this gives, it starts to meet what I would be looking for. Right now I won't touch it. And it can pump its little heart out just like Ada over here. I said it could get up to here. Maybe head and shoulder after that. Maybe you getting a head and shoulder, especially if it stops out. It can stop out where it is. But if you get one and nothing's confirmed, and this isn't even the actual trend line, so this would be being gracious. Just say maybe something like that. Or it just blasts through. That way I know what the difference is. Bitcoin is doing way better. At least it's back to the order block. It did get a candle push back up into the order block here. And it really doesn't matter in here until it takes out. Right now it can take out this one, and that'll be different because it didn't take this one out yesterday, so that was needed. And this was all part of this move up, so that didn't matter. So this one didn't matter. It's this one. I wish I hadn't sold that other half of Bitcoin. So I only still have half of my position size left, but I wish I had held out. But I was looking to get into something with the other half of the capital, and what I was looking at just didn't work out, so I didn't take it. I just sat on the money, didn't put it back in. Oh, ooh. Kill him. Kill him, ETH. Don't sleep on you too long. And that one little wick. 8 minutes. We barely done anything, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm not selling. You close out all your shorts? Why are you mad at Bitcoin though? Why are you mad at Bitcoin? Because you were short on Bitcoin. You got a good short end though. You got a good short end. And the shorts have been paying out way faster. Like taking the long positions, you just sitting there and it's choppy and choppy and choppy. And then when they send prices down, like you making your money way faster on the shorts. And we having to grind to get this money off of these longs. Be like 5 seconds and you made the return that took us like 2 days to get to. But please tell me today is Ethereum day. Boy, I would be such a happy camper. Tell me it's Ethereum day. Let me see what Sol is doing at the moment. Yeah, tell me it's Ethereum day. Look at Cardano. Yeah, it was outperforming hype. It just, I was looking at, I posted it last night on Ethereum dominance. I think it's going to get a rise again. Like it looks like it's setting up. We've been holding the range in here that I've been watching now for a little while. We've been watching this range throughout here. I extended it out a little bit further here and today, but it looks like dominance is prepping for a pump up. It's just taking some patience in here right now before we get to it and before it happens. But I like it. We got pressure building that hasn't broke out yet. And then we have to make sure we don't stall out once we get to somewhere like here for Ethereum dominance, Bitcoin dominance. Rejected off that 20 SMA the last time it tried to come back up. Last time it came up, open and rejected from that point. So let's fix USDT dominance. Just still waiting to see, make sure, because it hasn't invalidated anything yet. It doesn't look good, but it hasn't invalidated anything just yet to say that this can't still go higher. And hopefully ETH dominance don't do something like that, because I hate when that happens. But this had bear divs on it. More than likely it fails only because it has like bear divs or something. And then SUI versus Bitcoin. That still looks all right. Stable coin stuff in here. I think I was watching this from 4 hour. Yeah, I have been watching this from this time frame in here. We had broke above that yesterday. Then we started chopping and we got the complete breakdown. So I'm gonna move it up like that now. Should I? Hold on. Let me see. I can leave it like it is. Yeah, I'll leave it like it is. But it's back at a support level. As Bitcoin is probably back at resistance. Yeah, as Bitcoin is coming back into resistance, this is at support level now. So unless we lose this in here, I mean, I say Bitcoin's gonna pump. I say Bitcoin's going to pump. And then stablecoin dominance comes down. Because coin is pumping. We weren't doing too much for a while. The coin is starting to pump and it usually follows behind it. And then Solana versus Ethereum. I mean, what more can you say about that? What more can you say about that? And that's why I should have got in Solana when we first started looking at it and we were in the red and talking about how dominance is at a place where it could turn around. But my thing was the rest of the market wouldn't perform well with Solana dominance coming up. But so far, it hasn't really done too much to the rest of the market. So, yeah. Oh, data just came out. Sorry. Let me put us. Ooh, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. I didn't even see what the data was. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm looking like a hyena right now. I am looking like a hyena right now. Yep. It was supposed to, the forecast was 0.3%. It came in 0.1% on both PPI, less than. Oh gosh, good for crypto. Good for crypto. Kill them. Genius, I'm glad you closed out. I'm so glad you closed out. Oh boy. Send it. And then Cardano just did, and I did not want to take it. I did not want to take it. I didn't want to take Cardano, and I didn't want to take Hyperliquid. And it was holding. It was holding. Eesh. Eesh. Look at that. Look at Ethereum. Look at Ethereum. I am so excited. I don't even regret any of this. I don't regret not wanting to take that. And then did you see what ADA did? I don't even regret it. I don't even regret it. I kind of regret this one. But geez. I'm not selling. Those were my words. I'm not selling. We're going to get it. We're going to get that pump. That would have been some quick money right there. Somebody got to talk to me next time I see this and don't do it. I can't trust it, though. I can't trust that. I just couldn't trust it. And that straight up outperformed Hyperliquid all day with that move. Solana did what? ADA even did better than Sol over here right now. But I'm sold up too. I'm sold up too. These are the days we longing for right here. You see that 12-hour? Are we even breaking it? Yes. We still got time. We still got time. Oh boy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wish I'd have held on yesterday now, but we just took that liquidity. We do have that resistance in here. While I'm overexcited, let me just make that clear for Bitcoin. At least for Bitcoin, we do still have that resistance in here. So nothing for me really changes from what I said yesterday in the moment. Right now, we do still have resistance in here. Right up here, probably around where we're rejecting it, or we just took the liquidity off of our range high in here. A little bit of resistance, but I still think we do that 115. Do I think that that's the flash that gets us to the 115? That's the thing. We're still in our resistance pocket too. So still hitting resistance. But I'm excited nonetheless. Even if I have to sit here and hold for a few more days on Bitcoin, it is going to be what it's going to be. And I know a lot of people are going to feel like the market just pumped and this was all Bitcoin did was take out this high if it doesn't do more than this, because I know resistance. And I said this the past couple of days, and I actually turned it off in here. I said we were either going to do that, but I was definitely, we could do this right here. So even if it's still a waiting thing in here for turn that one off right now because we just took this one. Even if it's a waiting thing, if it's not, then we just push straight up through here and we get around to that 115. And I mean, that's beautiful, but still resistance. Ethereum, on the other hand, didn't have that resistance issue. So this might be where E starts to excel. It's a nice little pop on Sui too there. ETH dominance hasn't even broke out just yet either. It's still sitting here. But that ADA got to be like the biggest upset. I'm going to close out my Solana position right now. I appreciate all the things that Solana did for me. But I think I'm going to have to cut it right here. Actually, it hasn't done too much. I'm still only up about the same thing I was earlier. So 50%. So really didn't give me much more. But I'm going to close it. I'm going to close it right here. I will sleep easy for it. So I'm out of soul now. Gosh, I should have did this. I just couldn't trust it. Get them next time, partner. I'll get them next time. So we did take this liquidity, so that's good. We didn't do too much on CME. We didn't. Yeah, on CME we didn't do much. That's interesting. It didn't do much on CME at all. And I appreciate if you didn't short that liquidity grab on Bitcoin. Please don't. Please don't. But I've mentioned it a few times over the past couple of days. Because of 12-hour resistance. As we all get overly excited, yeah, we got straight up resistance right there. But we made it to resistance. It's every resistance you can think of right there. Still. Let me look at liquidation heat map. Liquidity heat map. You can see right here for Bitcoin. They couldn't wait. I'm telling you. That little zone. It's a nice spot to take a short. That little zone. Order's just sitting there waiting. Then I can already, okay, so 115, they eyeballing that too. The geniuses in the world right now, eyeballing those shorts. The genius, you do not be shorting. Do not be shorting. I'm trying to get that pump on Bitcoin so I can close that out. Ethereum, I'm gonna wait. And ETH, let's see. And here it finally took out whatever little liquidity that was built up in here. Let me see it from a weekly point of view. It doesn't look like we have much. We got some stuff underneath us. I mean, I know that the liquidity down here is like, that liquidity is delightful. That's what we keep hammering, which is why I'm not adding onto that position. That's why I'm not adding when we get the drops. Because there's some mad liquidity down there. Let me see it from this thing right here. Ooh, no. 30 minutes. That's still a lot of noise. Trying to find where it's less noisy. That's why I don't like to use this one for that. It's just too much noise that comes up for the chart. We got up here those highs in here, definitely for the taking. All this equalness, and that's great liquidity sitting up here. Great liquidity. It's basically that'll make me happy. That's worth looking at. That gap. Yeah, this doesn't work for me. I have to put it on the regular chart actually instead of this stuff right here because this doesn't work for me. Put that back on 15. I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm gonna stop focusing on it. But I'm proud of myself for not taking it. How can you be proud of yourself for not making money? That was a quick game right here. It could have went another direction. It could have. It could have. It had all the smoke and mirrors except for something else that I wanted to see. I'm gonna go back and see how many times I said before the pump that I'm probably gonna regret it, or probably gonna pump just because I'm not, but I'm okay with it. And now I'm crying. All right, it's overextended though. We overextended. I wanted that closure above here. We did not get the closure. So just bear that in mind. On Ethereum, we didn't get the closure up here. On Bitcoin, we're not getting the closure either. That probably was like the perfect liquidity sweep for now. For now. And then they probably make us wait until tomorrow for the for the rest of the information. He said it's not resistance, it's the preparation for counter. Yeah. Yeah. And you always calling it genius. The name is perfect. At least we took that liquidity, took some liquidity from up here, but no closures, and we'll still be at square one. We still be at square one. No closure is the same as not taking liquidity from me. I don't need this anymore. Let me get that off of there. The rest of it I'll keep in here for study. Likely you would want to hold these highs to be able to hold this order block right here on this 15-minute time frame. You want it to be a bounce zone to come back up again so we can at least get that closure above it or something on a meaningful time frame. Same thing with like I said, you either want to hold the highs in here or you want to drop back in to be able to hold in here. My profits from yesterday didn't change much today because we came this close yesterday. Well, we came this close yesterday too. So it didn't really change anything in here for me in terms of percent gain in here. Coin pre-market got a nice little push up to about 322 now. I don't know what it did after market, but like I said, coin usually can be a leading indicator on Bitcoin. I'm looking for us to fill the gap in on coin, given we invalidate any bearish divergence that's through here. And I think it's continuing with it right now, but we'll see. I know it's pumping off the backs of some other information in here too. Coin, and then back over here, the highs in here for ADA, you would want to see that hold now, because if it's not holding, then your return would be somewhere back down in here to look for that to hold now. And if that doesn't hold, then you probably come back down for the lows in here. That makes sense. And then, yep, that level's still valid. So yeah, that would make sense. Since I can see the golden pocket is there, I'll go ahead and take that away. This might be 886 right here, where the other line is sitting at now. Close enough. So I'll take that away then, just to have less drawings on my chart. I'm gonna drop that line. And I think we're all green. No, not quite. Not quite. That might be the stuff to actually look at. Which is, hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah, that this way, yeah, this super outperformed hype. I just looked over and glanced at it because the resistance levels that were in here for hype, totally respecting for the most part anyway. For the most part, we did wick through this one. I mean, with the volatility, that would make sense. But the resistance, that's right here. That's still intact. It would have been a little crazy for it to do anything different. And then rejection here as well, which was different from ADA too, because ADA's, you remember, it was sitting lower. It didn't have the same structure going on in here as Hyperliquid had in here. So your trend line was at the low in here, where we could see price action initially. Strongest candle close down here for the next one to enter. If you didn't, nobody's really catching this. Somebody's entering, they're entering after they see this candle. So that looked way better than Hyperliquid did in that sense, with the hidden bullish divergence showing in the drop. So this might be still a setup in the making, waiting to happen for Hyperliquid. And it looks like you can probably connect across your RSI. At this point, you can. And make sure that's roughly clean. You can see where it peaked over here on the RSI. It's not going to show it here, but you can just drag it out and do it like that. And then maybe it chops a while longer through here and then breaks up. That could be the case for it. After we just got our little sporadic move. Oh, I am so sorry. I'm over here running my mouth, and I don't even have you on the chart. I'm sorry. I was saying Hyperliquid. Oh my gosh, it's always a day with me. You can see how it got stopped out at the resistance levels that we were looking at in here for Hyperliquid, and how the Bollinger looked completely different in comparison to ADA. I'm sorry, that's Ethereum. ADA had a trend line break at the lows. The structure was completely different. So it was able to do all of this. It just wasn't one I was going to take because it just didn't meet some of the things that I wanted to see for it. It just wasn't there for me to take it. I love this. I love the fact that it had the hidden bullish divergence. But that alone for me just wasn't going to do it for me to be like, yeah, I'm going to take it. It wasn't. I can see we were trying to hold in here, and it wasn't for me, so I wasn't going to take it. And then the one in here for Hyperliquid, you can see the difference between, it was overextended in its highs. So therefore, whatever trend regression or wherever they planned on stopping price out at was gonna, it was just gonna be different. It's just gonna be different. So maybe this setup can still be something that's in play to come down through here. We'll see if they try to hold it in here again or something. Maybe get the bullish divvy in here, then I might reconsider it. But I do still know that resistance is sitting right here, so I don't want to play with that. It would need to drop into here to move away from that resistance and allow it to reset. Allow people who are trading this for their sentiment to change. If it pulls away from it, then sentiment will likely change, and more people want to get into it, want to buy it at a better valuation and then better price point, and then it'll move up. But still in here, I wouldn't trade it. still in here, I would trade it. Nothing's changed for me to say I would trade it. It looks exactly the same as it did before. Same thing goes for ADA. I mean, I really appreciate the fact that ADA got that pop. That was nice, but nothing changes in here for me. The RSI looks different, so that's a plus. And then maybe it corrects again like it did right here. When it did that correction, maybe it corrects again like it did there. And it does like it did right here. I'm not going to trade those moves. I can see them and I can, but I'm trying to be disciplined with not taking too many trades. And unless they meet, unless they do something that I'm looking for in the chart, I'm trying not to overtrade. And that'll have me overtrade. And every time I see this, I want to take a loan. No. So maybe it starts to do that again. And it just continues with that. Yeah, that counter volatility is going to come in. I think some stuff is just over. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff that's overextended right now. Completely overextended. You can even see the candle body size starts changing. Candles start getting smaller. You go from one big candle to getting smaller, and you losing momentum. This stayed inside. Now you got inside bars. Did the same thing right here. You can see your momentum taper off. It went into inside bars. Back test, reject. You did it right here. You started slipping your momentum right here. Back test, reject. And now, maybe it's not done. Maybe it's not. But looking for a shift. You stayed inside right there. So now what you gonna do? Break this, back test, come down. Chop around, break, come up, come down. We'll see. In fact, I'm gonna let that stay there. Let me see how often it does that. You did it in here. You did it right here. But you didn't close outside of it, which was good. I'm gonna use a box instead and just make it easier. Well, I thought the box was gonna make it easier. The box isn't making it easier. You did it right here. You started to lose your momentum right here. I love inside ranges. You started to lose your momentum right here. The only difference is when you got your break down, you reclaim back inside of it. You wicked out and you came back in. So that was that. And then you did it again right here where you started to lose your momentum. You dropped to an inside. Let me make sure that was inside. That one looked like it peaked it, so I might not be able to tell you this one right here. You didn't get above that one, but technically that's not an inside. I can see that little peek over. That's not an inside. So you got bear div. You went inside right here, you recaptured it, but you got a bear div on that next push up. And then you rolled over. So concept is a little bit different in there. You did it right here. Also, it looks like you put in a bear div. Came back up, put it back. But you can see how it repeats. It repeats. Unless you're doing a V-shaped recovery, most of the time you'll probably see something like that in the chart. Yeah, Hyperliquid still trying. Trying to hold again. There's still nothing changed in there for me. I wouldn't mess with it. Some stuff just didn't pop all that much. I was looking for this to break the 20 SMA. It didn't though. It held it. Back to VWAP. It's a pretty good looking chart on the high time frame anyway. Might still have some hope. But still just sideways in the range. Yeah. Why does anyone want to mess with this? MYX. You got big squeeze. Well, you know you're squeezing. Because every time it does this, I know somebody looking at it and saying bearish divergence. But at the end of the day, it's bullish divergence. It just broke off a squeeze. Naturally, you're going to get bearish highs. But as it starts to push up, somebody's looking at the RSI or something and saying bear div. And it's not, it's bullish divergence. It's kind of like what Cardano did, but that's why I don't mess with that. Because you never know. And it starts creating these corrective structures throughout. Where every time it does that, You just keep squeezing up. So the bullish divergence. The bullish divergence. And then it just keeps going. And then you just keep seeing bear divs. But all of this is a bull div. Yep, and that was another one. I can't trade something like this. Maybe from a higher time frame it looks different. And then you don't have to worry about looking at the lower time frame and seeing all that. Yeah, that was a heck of a squeeze breakout. No, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch this. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why anybody would want to mess with this. It's crazy. Like, if I'd have saw this earlier, I probably would have. If I'd have not really known anything about it and looked at it and I saw something like this meets everything that I would be looking for in a chart, especially the RSI break up right there. So I like that. That's like this. I don't know much about this thing in here, but I like that. I like when I look at the weekly chart on this DEXY. I like this. So I bought some of this off the backs of this. Now, how long it takes for it to play out, that's going to be something different. But I bought it based on that, based on this. And I see it can still drop in because right now it's a bear div. But this has some hopium. So I'm going to wait for this thing right here. How long it takes is going to be something different. You don't even see the pressure on it right now through here. This thing used to be like $35 or something. I think that was like the all-time high or something. It was like $35 or something. At least when I read it on CoinMarketCap. So it hasn't really started squeezing on the Bollinger just yet. So you're just getting the bear divs in here right now. But at some point, it will. And I'm going to mess with it a little bit more. I'm just doing a very, 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 very kosher position on it right now as it's trying to hold support in here. So I like where it's sitting at. But it can drop because of the bear divs in here. Because it's not above this high. And I'm going to drop it at this line right here. It's like midway through this range. Genius, you talking about this this DEXY? Do you know? I mean, I read on it a little bit. Do you have any thoughts on it? Have you, if you haven't seen it, or maybe you can just tell me next time we talk. I did read on it a little bit. I think I like it. But I am going to cut it at 655. So if it drops into 655 midway down this range, I'm going to cut it and see if I can't get in lower, or when it at least wants to break above the 20 SMA or something like that, or starts to squeeze, then I'll look back at it. Starts to squeeze on the Bollinger or something. But it's had some nice runs when it did. It's been around for a long time. And when it gets a pump, it pumps. So I'm steady watching this one. I like some of the stuff I'm seeing in here. Only thing I'm saying is like how it's got the pressure built up. Like it can run on for a minute. It can run on for a minute before it actually plays out. I don't know how much more of a drop that was. I'm just gonna take it off of this candle. Yeah, that's the best thing for me to do. Take it off that candle. So that was a 66% drop. So yeah, I'm cutting that thing. I'm cutting it, drop below that line, and then I'll look back at it again, because that was a 66 drop before it got even that little small pump, and then it dropped below that even further, a little bit more. But that became the accumulation zone through here. Then it pumped. It's called Dexy. When I read it yesterday, I had to look back at it because my mind is not going to tell me. What this thing. I know it's something to do with AI and DAO, something like that. DAOs. Autonomous organizations. I don't know. It doesn't really tell me a lot. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that was all I read. The Coin King was a little bit better at understanding. It was something with AI though. Governance protocol that makes AI ownership transparent, collective, and accountable. But that really doesn't tell me much about what it does. Yeah, that really doesn't tell me too much about what it does, because none of that makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a meme coin. that was the thing for me. No, NYX, I'm not gonna touch that. That's crazy. But this right here. Yeah. So 36.5 million total supply on it, circulating 83. I don't like the fact that it's not showing a max supply in here, so I don't know what they're doing in terms of that. It's number 114. So it's not bad in terms of the market cap and stuff like that. Don't have to. I mean, it's been around for a minute now, but the high was somewhere like 30. Okay. Now it reads all-time high was 33. I thought I could have sworn it read like 35 or something like that. So it's been around for a while. This coin right here. When it has its pumps, it pumps. And when it dumps, it dumps. And I'm just trying to catch that potential pump it might be having. So I bought a little bit. I bought it on leverage. So yeah, when I get stopped out, I'm not gonna be losing much because I don't know. I'm not sure about this one just yet. Only thing that really made me hesitant is I don't like wicks. I don't like when I see too many. I know price action wicks, but I don't like when I see too many. Let me look back at Bitcoin. We're still okay. We're still looking good. We're still looking good. But this got potential. We're gonna come back and talk about this, and I'm gonna tell you about my gains. If it play out, I'm gonna tell you about my loss. I'm gonna tell you about one of the two. I guess we're gonna continue this squeeze on ADA because we broke up. So maybe it puts in another corrective structure. And height back in banana zone. I guess it's safe to drop the 54. It's not respecting that one. Not anymore. It's just, actually, it never did really. So just back in this zone. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I hope the others pump. I want to see a others pump. Genius. I guess something like that will play out in alt season, the kind of alt season where you can buy any altcoin and it pumps. So other season. That's a good way of identifying it. Other season. Yeah, this is back in no man's land right now. And maybe it just decides it wants to range in here this whole time and then break up. I'm not going to touch it though. It's just not where I would want that to be at. I wanted to mess with it. The whole market seems to be looking all right now. I guess that's it, because yeah, the whole market is looking good. That's it for our data today, and tomorrow we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow if unemployment claims and CPI will finish off this pump, especially for Ethereum. Let me see Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. It did get that push over. It did get that close above here because I was just complaining about the close. It did get a close above it. It did open up another candle, seeing a little bit of a slight rejection right there. But on that daily, which we still got time, today. We're trying to get our move above here. Like I said, as long as we were holding this, I didn't care about that break and that taking the liquidity off of that ascending trend line from here. As long as this is holding, once this breaks, if we're not looking corrective, or even I don't care if we're looking corrective, we can be going down. It's Bitcoin, but as long as it maintains the trend line, it's all right. 12-hour. Yeah, even over here, without having to draw the trend line, you just see how we're respecting that blue line right there. And the rest is just volatility. I mean, we don't move straight up. You're not gonna, yeah. I may have to close out my whole position when we get here because I had took half. Unless I find something else, I can put the other half of my money in. I may have to close out the whole thing if we just get into here. For Bitcoin. Yep. So that's it for me. Thank you, genius. That's it for me for today. Because there's nothing right now. I mean, the whole market is fruitful for the most part. The entire market is fruitful right now, and I'm just gonna wait for the after effect to see if there's something to get interested in before tomorrow's data. I think tomorrow should be bigger. So, yeah, find something to play into the middle of the night. If I start to see a bunch of stuff that might look good, if I start to see a bunch of stuff, then I'll just randomly throw a stream in and take some trades. But I mean, nothing just really hit home for me today, unfortunately. And even the position that I took on Solana, that was after stream, and I just closed that out. And the profit really didn't actually change. Didn't change. I think when I showed it earlier, it was. Hold on. Yeah. And just so you see, I actually did close that out then. I closed it out. It reads closed now. It's closed now. So I'll wait for the next one. Because we're going to get some of that back. I'm pretty sure of it. And I'll look for the next setup. Ethereum is the only thing I still have open, and even that is still, I mean, we're just basically back to where we were. Just basically back to where we were yesterday for the most part. So this is still open. It reads mark price. So ETH is still open right now. And so like I said, with Ethereum, I'm not, like, I had plenty of times to add, but I'm not going to add. But I'm going to hold it. I'm definitely going to just keep holding it. But now that we've taken this up here, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they want, I don't know if they want to come back down. They can't keep coming down here, though. You can't. At some point, you don't have anybody else that wants to buy down here. At some point. So hopefully this is the start of our 12-hour Bollinger expansion. Hopefully. And that's just standard deviation 1. So no, we're not even expanding yet. That's just standard deviation 1. It means we can easily get sucked back down. Until we start, yeah, we can easily still get sucked back down. It's just 1. Dang. So no expansion yet. Now watch me see exactly why that. No, I don't think it was different over here. It was. That's exactly why it held. I knew I was going to look over here at the 12-hour because I keep talking about the 12-hour, 12-hour, the 12-hour. They all did this on their 12-hour time frame. And then ADA drops back to standard deviation 1. And I'm sitting here scratching my head like it doesn't fit my criteria. I'm not going to trade it. That was it. I guess I stay focused on the 12-hour going forward since that's the new expansion on 12 hours. That's the new Bollinger expansion, 12 hours. So I would advise you to watch your 12-hour. If anything that just recently got a squeeze breakout on the 12-hour, I would watch those, and I would continue to watch Ethereum, just waiting for Ethereum to follow suit. But that's what I'll be watching. So you start to see yourself getting pulled back or something like that, then you can look at where your support might be. I mean, you can always draw trend lines and stuff like that too. But where you might want to get risk on or something like that, as long as you're staying in here, then that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna call it puts until something else comes up. Thank you, genius. May the bulls be. I hope the bulls are with me because I really do. Yeah, I need to. I need some banger setups, and I'm just not. That's why I keep jumping to that 15-minute time frame, trying to catch one of these pullbacks. But I see now I need to focus on the 12-hour a little bit more. Yeah, and this thing over here, hyperliquid. I guess you just can't go wrong wherever you buy in at on this. This is a bubble. It's a bubble. I can't do H bar anymore. I already have an H bar position. I'm gonna mess around with ADA a little bit more today, though. I just closed out my sold position. I just closed it out. I've done a lot of sports trading though, where I take a trade and I make the money and I give it all back. So it was good for me to close out and stop trying to be greedy. So what next? Floki? This might be a better reward. Let me go because I'm yapping until I can see some stuff that really looks fire. Nothing looks fire to me right now. How did I miss that? Oh, I would have missed it. Alrighty. I will see you guys a little bit later on. See what transpires a little bit later on today. Appreciate you. Love you. See you later on. Yeah, I will see you later on. I'm not doing anything today. I'll see you later on. I'm just going to get the chart some time to reset a little bit. Then I'll see you later on for some trade setups. All right, peace.